nasally, horrendous voice for this afternoon. You lucky, lucky people. Is the routine track working? 3 out of 4. 4 out of 4. Excellent. Remember, remain indoors. I did some progress. I continued working on what I was working until about 2 o'clock last night. Let me just let everybody know that I am streaming on the Discords and on the... I need a button. I need one button. I say that, I'm not planning on streaming tomorrow. I'm planning to come to the arcade for a couple of hours to clean a machine, because that's how exciting my life is. Right, and all I need now is some music for me. You don't get to hear it because of copyright strikes. Sorry. Oh, that's loud. I'll be honest, I was... Oh yeah, I'm trying to spawn trains in a way that we don't get stupid. Okay. Visual tip. So I am putting something quite small. I might need to babysit it just a little bit. Right, let's see if this works. Unity has a terrible issue with moving objects a long way. I haven't tried this. Unity has a terrible issue with moving objects a long way. Oh god, this is going to be really hard. I can't even describe what my issue is. My issue is, I go to the train, right? I like the way you. There we go. So I go to the train and I move the train. Smoke comes out. Smoke comes out. Why isn't there? Right. If I move the train, why is no smoke coming out? There we go. No smoke comes out. Right. And if I move the smoke a lot of smoke comes out. That's fine. But if I teleport this like that, you get all the smoke on the way. So I need to move it without the smoke emitting. But Unity is desperate to interpolate between 2 positions. So I'm having to wait for a long time. NA trains T.own graphics 0. How are you doing, Sarah? Is it obviously worn off yet? Are you like, I want to go out now? To be fair, at least it's not really nice weather. I suspect if this carries on till June or July, it's going to get a little bit more, I say difficult. You haven't got a choice. Right, I'm going to have to stare at this print because I need a good first layer because it's a small print. That actually looks really good. Testing. Right, my microphone just crashed. Wow, this isn't technology great. I'm glad you're still having fun. I mean, I was saying, can you imagine? I forget how old you are, Sarah, so let's assume you're as old as I am. Can you imagine this happening in the 80s? So, actually, I was going to look up. When did they start? Okay, so if this had happened in the 80s, when did Channel 4 start? If this had happened in 1980, you would have had 3 TV channels. You'd have had no mobile phones, you'd have had no internet, no tablets, virtually no games consoles. Like, we are very, very lucky that this has happened at a point in human history where technology gives us a lot to do at home. To be fair, our expectations would have been a lot lower, but now right now I can watch any film ever made. Don't forget, in 1982 you couldn't even go and buy video cassettes. That wasn't a thing. You might have been able to get Star Wars and Indiana Jones, and that would have been about your lot. But every film being released on VHS didn't happen. So it would have been a very, very, very different landscape out there. And not a good one either. Like, let's see if that works. So, you know, count our blessings for what blessings we've got. Conversely, there would have been a lot less people in at that point, so we probably wouldn't have had quite such a clusterfuck of this virus, because obviously there's fundamentally a lot less people in the 80s, but overall I can imagine what it would have been like, and it's not a pleasant imagine. It's an, oh my god, that would have been the worst. But right now, I mean, I can grab my tablet, I can watch a video on my tablet, I can sit outside in the garden, watch a video on my tablet, which I do like doing in the summer. I can grab my Xbox, I can download a game. I need to check, actually. I'm assuming Mulan is going to be coming out on Disney Plus. Not that I'm particularly interested, but I'm assuming Disney will be. It's supposed to come out in a few days. Oh my god. So they did put Onward onto that one, or are they delaying Mulan? That's a good idea, because they want people to join Disney Plus. Oh, Black Widow's been postponed as well. I was assuming Black Widow was going to come out on Disney Plus. Like that, this is a good opportunity for Disney to go and shove those films into Disney Plus. Take the profit loss and get people on the system. Fast 9's been delayed for a year, which is just bonkers. Quiet Place, yeah. Oh yeah, New Mutants. Again, it's a Disney thing. Just stick it on Disney Plus. Lock and Key. I know Peel. I don't know who Lock and Key are. Oh, wait, hold on. That's on Netflix, isn't it? Yeah, I watched that, and it was all right. Yeah, but yeah, I was curious about cinema films, because we've got a huge amount of films that are now done, and now is the point when Disney can absolutely shove you onto Disney Plus. Because if they said now on Disney Plus, you've got Mulan, you've got Black Widow. What was the other one? Immortals? There's one coming out from a thing. I have watched Altered Carbon season 1, but not season 2. I said a lot of people are catching up with all their Netflix stuff, but unfortunately, I, as you can see, I'm working hard. I am actually working hard. But yeah, it's interesting. I was assuming Disney would use this opportunity to shove stuff onto Disney Plus, but they're not. So that does surprise me. They might still. I mean, it depends how long this is going on for. But yeah, I have seen Lock and Key. It was all right. I just sort of stuck it up on my second screen. See, that's what I'm trying to get rid of. What the hell? Let's set that to 100. At least the Red Dwarf movie's coming out on Dave, so that won't be changed. I'm not sure how I'm going to watch it legally because watching stuff on Dave is just a nightmare. I think my problem with Lock and Key was everyone was so fucking stupid. Like, this is something I have a lot of issue with on a lot of TV programs, is where the evil guy is clever and full of guile and lying and sneaky, and the good guys are incredibly gullible and stupid. And we'll quote Spaceballs. This is why evil will always triumph over good, because good is dumb. And it's true. It's really, really, really annoyingly true. You say that, Sarah, but they pulled Onward quickly enough. And you could stream Onward for 15 quid, and everyone's like, yeah, I don't think so. So hopefully they aren't watching. I am printing a present at the moment. So this is an easy level. You don't have to do anything, and I might actually make it even easier. Probably want to actually... trying to work out, because fortunately the minimum I can do is 1,000 meters. Maybe I need to but you're quite right, that there may be agreements, but they I don't know. Brian, do you have a Switch? I'll get you a present with no amounts of shit, I promise. I already have something planned for you. I don't have your address. I will need your address. Oh, what is it? But it will also be interesting to see whether or not Disney use this opportunity, because there's already been a lot of sort of rumors that they Disney are trying to move away from films, because films are very, very expensive and very, very risky, whereas TV shows cheaper and therefore less risk, and it means you can keep making it if it does well, and you can drop it if it doesn't. That's the one I wanted. Speed needed. So that's now going to be 100 meters per tile. So this is the first level. This is say, well done, you are not entirely incompetent. And in fact, I don't think you can fail this first level. Travel 100 meters. All you have to do is go, oh. I haven't done a success. That's my next goal. That's it. That's the first level. You don't need to do anything. You can look around. You can mess around with the controls. Blip. Distance goal achieved. I really like hanging about just the motion on the train crashes. It's particularly comic timing. Sarah, you might want to look away because obviously this is a bit too close to your work. It's like train goes whip, block, bonk. So now I need to program in the success, which is not too hard. I've got failure. I haven't got success. I'm at 50 degrees. Hopefully that printed okay. Then it's print three more of them, and my present is nearly done. But don't worry, Brian. I do have a gift for you lined up, and it'll be great. I should probably rename that too. This is level completed, and this should really be level failed. It is not a cat in a box. Yeah, so there's this code here. I wish our cat in a box looked that good. I have to be a little bit careful with this print, by the way. This is a very small print, so I need to wait for it to cool down. The next one, I'm going to print 3 in one go. But yeah, I don't know if you saw the stuff I wrote yesterday on this, but I put a bunch of things. If you put a grass block down, it will automatically spawn grass underneath it. So I'm trying to make life as easy as possible for you if you come to do maps for this. So if you put track down, the track underlay appears in it. Otherwise, previously, I was sitting here drawing one layer, then drawing the next layer going, you know what, I feel stupid. No failure. Cool. Level success. That might work. The next thing I need to do is display a well done or a you suck type message. Right, so level 1. All I have to do level 1 is sit back and look pretty. So, something I'm eminently good at. However, it's probably quite important that the camera should start by looking at the train. Let's fix that. Right now, the player camera, and I want to move the train spawn to there. Oh. I might also just do it so you just specify forest and it works out a density already. I'll see. So what was I saying? The spawn location, yes. Oh, I'm confused. Right. So spawn lock. Oh yeah, that's all right. I have a comment to do this, not like this. It's all right. We can do it like this now. Float x equals 32. Float y equals 32. Let's switch those out for variables. If track manager dot instance of spawn lock dot x is well, so I mean, kind of. I mean, mostly we're working. The best bit is no longer having to commute more than anything else. So Emmy's gained, oh gosh, 8 to 10 hours. Some huge number. Like 10 hours a week extra at home. Oh, Samson, what happened to your nickname, man? You've gone all lowercase and capital B on me here. Ah, right, that doesn't get re-enabled, so this needs to be on enable. I had someone complain at me I wasn't streaming, so I'm like, yeah, all right, god damn, I'll get on with it. So here I am. But yeah, I mean this in a. I am making a train game, Alex. Yes, well done. I'll tell you what, Alex. I'll show you. I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll show you the mock-up, and while I'm showing you the mock-up, I'm going to go and check the 3D print, and then I will complain that I have to work. God damn, this is welded on. Oh, I have to wait another few degrees. So yes, I am doing a train game. That is my visual target. That's how I plan to make it look eventually. So no, Steam's not currently updated. Your best bet is to copy the maps across manually. See, Alex, see, you've got it. See, that's all I needed. So, yes. So I would like here's my pitch. Okay, my pitch is a Transport Tycoon clone, but there's always the but. So Transport Tycoon clone, but it's swords and sorcery. It's dwarves and elves and humans and that, and on a console. It's pad compatible. So in this case, what I've done is I've just put together with some assets I've got. It's essentially simplified Transport Tycoon because it's just too complicated for most people. It really is. But here's the human settlement. Here's a dwarf train carrying rocks. This is the elven stuff. I'm not sure why the glow goes a bit mental. This is the elven stuff here, and then you've got a dwarf. Again, I don't have the graphics yet; they're not done. But here's a dwarf train carrying beer, and here is a. Let's turn the bloom off. Then we have another dwarf train carrying iron ore out the mine. So that's essentially the game plan, but that's a long way off. Before that happens, I'm doing a first game so I can make some money and create a lot of the assets. But my goal was with this mock-up, and I think I succeeded. My goal was to, if you saw this, you'd hit wish list. That's my goal. If you saw this on Steam, you'd be like, I'm interested. Click, tell me more. Well, you know, I like Transport Tycoon. I feel there are no good clones out there that miss what makes Transport Tycoon good. And Transport Tycoon it's got a lot of fiddly stuff in it I don't think makes for a good game. So that's my goal. No, Brian, I haven't updated Steam in a while because there haven't been any map updates in a while. I can make one if you want. I take me 5-10 minutes. Do that in the background. Oh, let's do that. So, as people who follow my stream regularly know, writing games takes a long time. So the goal at this point is to write a much, much, much simpler, smaller game with trains and use that to make some money, practice getting game on console, that's important, and get a lot of the art done. So we need a lot of art. If I go on to the... let me just make sure this actually isn't going to kick me out. You can... Oh, you don't have access... Yeah, you've got access to the asset. You can always copy them, but if you give me a few minutes, I said I'm booting Unity Hub. I'm waiting for it to actually launch. I haven't played Transport Fever 2, but some people have recommended it. So one thing I try and do when I'm copying a game is I try not to play it. I try and copy what I think the game is rather than what the game actually is, if that makes sense. Because I've no desire to actually make a Transport Tycoon clone, because there is a Transport Tycoon clone. It's called Open Transport Tycoon, and there is no way on earth I'm going to make a better game than Open Transport Tycoon. Forget it. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, hold on. I'm not sure if I can make a build. Depends how broken the UI is. Well, yeah, I mean, I've done it before. I mean, Tactics Forever was essentially someone described gratuitous space battles. I started on a clone. A few weeks later, I bought gratuitous space battles and played it and went, this is nothing like what I've written. Yeah, I mean, I played Minecraft. I'm not joking. I played Minecraft for all of about, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours or something before FortressCraft. Like, I didn't play FortressCraft for Minecraft a lot. I was not a big FortressCraft. I was not a big Minecraft player. It was vaguely. I just wanted it to be. I wanted to write a certain type of game. But yeah, I mean, genuinely, I have been repeatedly accused of copying various Minecraft mod packs and stuff. Like. And usually my response is, look, not only have I not played this, I've not even heard of it. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. And the best one was now what mod was it? Wasn't Red Power? It was one of the bigger Minecraft mods. And what was it? Now trying to get the story right here. I was accused of copying. It was I can't remember which mod it was, but I was accused of copying their wand, and I think it was Sorain that wrote it. Might have been Eleanorum. I can't remember now. And I was accused of copying a feature from their game, and I got to respond with, okay, first of all, they copied that feature from me. Secondly, they are a huge fan of FortressCraft. A lot of the Minecraft mod authors, they love FortressCraft because it's in a better engine, it does stuff they can't do. But it was really funny to be accused of copying someone when they'd copied me. As I said though, I don't generally play games very much. I'd like to, I just don't have the time. I've just completed Doom Eternal, which is it is both amazing. Thorncraft, thank you. Yes, Kyramir, that's the one. That's the one. I can't remember who it's by. I'm not sure it's Saurian, but yeah, basically they're a fan of FortressCraft, and they directly asked me, going, "Can I put it in?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, no problems, go for it." I'm glad you're a fan. Because you do get this sort of thing that that developers hate each other, and it's not. Developers, we like each other. We hate people who buy our games. That's what we help. That's what we hate. We all hate consumers. We like each other. And that's more true than you might realise. I'm glad you remember. I knew I should be able to. Yeah, you can switch that. I mean, he liked it because he saw Direwolf play it. And then he played it and he's like, I love this grappling hook so much, I want it in my mod. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely, totally. I mean, I'm like, credit me if you want. I mean, I used to get slagged off for not crediting Minecraft. I'm like, dude, it's in the credits. It's literally, all my inspirations are in the credits. It literally says, inspired by... Even Notch said it, and I sent him a picture of the credits going, you're in the credits, mate. You're like, you're definitely there. Come on. Sort it out. Oh, yeah. So, welcome to game development. For those of you who've not been here before, a lot of game development is watching progress bars go up. So while I'm doing that, I'm currently filing down a 3D print, so it fits. I'm glad I have this sort of second hobby. Because sometimes all you have to do is just wait for numbers to go up on a graph. But yeah, Brian, the reason it hadn't been updated is Todd's been doing all this work on the UI, and I wasn't entirely sure it wasn't going to break everything, but it appears to be all working now. So let me just upload. And you should remain indoors. Okay, upload happening. So if you've got Gnomancer, there will be an update now. All the latest maps and all that shit. All that shit. But yeah, 3D printing, it works well, but if it's a gift, and this is a gift, it just requires a little bit of after work just to make it just a little bit more presentable. Okay, builder's going up, so I can close that. Yeah, that should be the latest update. But said I've not been updated because no one's told me there's been any updates, and because, as I said, the maps were not the map. Sorry, the UI radically changed. We redid all the front end. Come on, upload, chop chop, uploading content. ... Game development is sometimes doing cool and awesome things, and sometimes it's, you know, doing all this great stuff, and sometimes, quite a lot of it, it's just about watching a bar fill up very slowly. Right now, I'm in the bar filling up very slowly phase of it. So is your work still continue? Actually, to be honest, and same thing for you, Alex. Same thing for you, Dinosaur. Same thing for you, Samson. How's your work? Are you working from home? Are you just not doing anything till your company starts up again? I can't remember what you do, Alex. I vaguely think you work for Lloyd's, but I'm not entirely sure. And Kyromir, I assume I'm pronouncing that wrong. Kyromir, I have no idea who you are, but welcome, and I'm pleased to see you. And I hope you're enjoying watching me watch a small thing. Oh, Cyril, for fuck's sake, you're embarrassing me. Okay, let's update the build. So for me, it's pretty much work as normal, more than anything else. Are you still in Excel, Sarah? But, I mean, Samson, can you do... Sure, I thought a lot of your work was very hands-on physical repairing. So are you not a little bit more... are you not a bit limited in what you can do? I assume you are. Like, it took me probably a year before my home office was suitable for purpose. It's surprising how long it takes. Buying stuff, getting the right desk, then you find. And I said I've got so many computers. I've got 3 main rigs. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 screens usually, because it took me a while to realise it's much quicker and cheaper in the long run for me to buy an extra monitor I barely use, and when I need to use it, it's click on working, rather than go upstairs to the games room and grab the television and bring it down and hook it up, and then I need to update this. It's cheaper for me in the long run to ensure that I can switch between various tasks, just to spend some money and use a bigger sort of thing. What about you, Carmen? Where are you from? Are you from the UK? Are you from foreign lands? How are you enjoying life these days? Let's phrase it like that. Sweden. So I don't know what Sweden did. I know. Correct me if I'm wrong, you please. It's Switzerland that is just going, what virus? It's fine, I believe. I don't know what Sweden are doing about it. I may have got Switzerland. I may have got Switzerland and Sweden mixed up. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, right. Well, it's... So now it should pan down on the train. I'm curious why that's actually out by a couple of meters. Fair enough. I mean, I assume you have to go shopping once in a while. Like I said, the UK, there has been some criticisms of the way the police are doing certain things, and apparently they've arrested some people for going shopping for non-essentials. Like, that's not a crime. You're allowed to do that. This is a really nice filament, by the way. This is Amazon Basics white. My Amazon, I keep refreshing that page, Samson, the Amazon Basics one. I haven't refreshed it today. I'm going to have a look. Currently for sale. That's it. We're down to just glow in the dark. Oh, it's gone down in price, though. It's tempting, but I've already got a spool of glow in the dark, but it's not Amazon Basics. It is tempting to buy that lot. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. I'm literally doing it. Add the basket. There we go. I have just bought the last spool of filament off of Amazon. And some flush cutters, which I do actually need. Make sure I do not deliver it to my mum. And I will do it. I will be responsible. I will click on Amazon delivery day. There you go. Bought the last rule of filament from Amazon Basics filament from Amazon. So I've been paying attention. There's normally 22 colours, and now there's none. I'm not going to print 3D. No, it's not that. It's just that they haven't replenished it. I swear that hasn't moved. You know. Let me reduce that number by a lot. Like, so now we should massively jump. Well, Karamir, I say if you do, be aware. Sometimes it's quite difficult to get hold of stuff right now. So yesterday I popped out my bike just to check out my local shop. I went to a garage because there's a yeah, that's not moving at all. Why isn't that working? I'm not tracking the train. Ah, right, that's why. So we use the safe defaults and then we will calculate some better ones. I've been quite impressed with the Amazon Basics stuff overall. The red is particularly brilliant. I can't wait for it to come back into stock because it really, really is a lovely, lovely colour. If I want turkey Easter eggs, what the hell are turkey Easter eggs? Wait, turkey? That has to be a typo. You have to have made a typo. Turkey Easter eggs are not a thing. Charlotte, welcome. My big hint for you is petrol stations. I didn't go, so I rode my bike and I went past 2 supermarkets and then to a petrol station. Outside each of the supermarkets was a queue of 30, 40, 50 people. At the petrol station, there was nothing. There was just a bloke who was a bit slow because he was demanding that they gave him some hand sanitizer that nobody else had touched. Right, if I need turkey, Easter eggs or kitchen roll. Right, okay. Because I was like, what the hell, a turkey Easter egg? That sounds horrendous. Or, sounds brilliant. One of the two. But yeah, so Charlotte, if you're really struggling, check the petrol stations. They've got toilet roll. They are a little bit more expensive, but I don't think it's gouging. I think it's just regular overpriced petrol station costs. But no queue, fully stocked. They had toilet paper, they had milk, they had butter. And I didn't even have to take my bike gear off, so I just walked in. I took one glove off, left it in the bike, walked in, touched everything with my gloved hand, swiped my card, contactless with my ungloved hand, went back to the bike, glove on. So I didn't even have to touch anything. Yeah, I think the local shops are doing it better because most people are just going to the big supermarkets. You're better off doing smaller shops at a local place. It surprised me. I mean, I understand that, obviously, I do understand the issues, but it surprises me how much what's the word? It surprised me how much it worked, brilliant. The online systems have failed. The online deliveries have utterly failed to cope. Like, very surprising. Like, not just the delivery slots are full, but like the websites are crashing. So, true story. When Diablo 3 came out, Diablo 3 was massively oversubscribed. Blizzard are the best at what they do, and even they had underestimated the size of the... Yeah. So they were having problems with people logging on, and it was timing out. Is it error 63, I think was the one. So one of the things they did is they removed the cancel button. Because what was happening is every time you clicked cancel, you sent a message back to the server. You were adding to the problem. Now, one cancel button is fine, but when you have 5 million people all annoyedly clicking the cancel button, it adds up. So in this case, what happened is they fixed this by removing the cancel button, so there is less bandwidth going in each direction. We tried to do an online shop, I can't remember, it was Ocado or something like that. Like, we spent all the time on their website, which was horrendously slow, and then, this was the best bit, at the end of it, it went, oh, there's no slots. I was like, well, why are you wasting time? Why are you feeding me bandwidth? What you should do is give me a slot first. Do you wish to shop? Yes. There are no slots available. All right. Otherwise, book me a slot, reserve me a slot, and then I will do the shopping. This is just like basic 101 for dealing with... what's the word? This is just basic 101 for dealing with load. You don't waste your resources of your web server when the person can't buy anything. It's a total waste of time. Hey. Awesome. Okay, so Steam is updated, by the way, Brian. And Charlotte, I don't think I know you. Welcome. I don't think I've chatted with you before. I don't know if you're new, if you just come across me, or you normally lurk and you're working at home going, oh God, I'm so bored. Given you're in Newcastle, you might also be in some way related to Paul Thompson. I don't know. Who are you? Are you working from home? How are you finding life these days? And are you just here because you're bored? I think we all are, just a little bit. If I make these weird noises, because I'm making a present at the same time. It's not for you, Brian. For my next step here, I need to display the... Well done, you're brilliant bit. Well, welcome. The way it tends to work is I try and do FortressCraft development on Fridays. I don't always, but that's my goal. What you're looking at here is a game we're planning on releasing before FortressCraft 2. It is also there's some tech for FortressCraft 2 in here. So one of the features about FortressCraft 2 is better graphics. And to that end, I need to do something Unity doesn't let me do. So in FortressCraft 2, we'll be using this system over here. It's a little hard to describe exactly what's happening, but FortressCraft uses atlases to render. Now these atlases are generated dynamically. You see them loading in real time, generating in real time. They're doing what's known as auto guttering. which means Todd doesn't have to do it, and it supports very, very, very high resolution textures. That's the important bit. So these are 2048 textures. If I actually zoom in, you can see these are really high resolution textures. So FortressCraft won't be going quite that high. Not yet. But it does mean I'm using the full 16K texture available with DirectX 11. But welcome. We quite often just chat here, and this is a snapshot of my day. This isn't a pre-planned, organized stream. This isn't a scripted thing. This is just my work. Sometimes we just chat about stuff. Sometimes there's cats. Often there's 3D printing, and sometimes we just sort of hang out. I do generally get quite a lot achieved, but I'm quite happy to chat with people. But are you working from home then? Are you skiving? Are you unemployed and therefore this is you don't care? So I think most people, the vast majority of people are coping all right. But I think there are some people. I had a phone call with my mechanic basically earlier, going, "Oh God, this is going to go on. It's all right at the minute." He's like, "It's fine," and so give it another few months. It might not be quite so fine. When you say low hours, do you mean like 3 AM or do you mean not very many hours? As I said, we've talked a lot about the NHS stuff and they are doing an astounding and amazing job, but I would not like to be working in IT at this point. John, yes, head of IT, brilliant. We need all 1,000 employees who are working from home next week. He's like, sorry, you what? Not something I would like to be doing at this point. But I try and take away the positives. I have been told for years and years and years, you can't work from home, you can't work from home. From various companies I work at. And those companies, all of them, without exception, everyone is working from home. And it's like, well, I could have worked from home all this time. That would have been a lot better for my mental sanity. A lot of the time I wouldn't really want to work normal hours. I'd much rather get up late and go to bed late. And I had to work, normal hours in the industry. And apparently we could have all worked from home. So my biggest complaint seems a little self-serving. From my point of view, I haven't. Let's say loads of my friends on Facebook, they're saying, "Oh, I'm going to catch up with finishing off this TV I haven't watched. I'm going to complete these games, or I'm going to paint the car, or rearrange the house," and all of these things they've always wanted to do but never had the time to. From my point of view, I don't get to do any of that because it's still exactly what I've been doing anyway. So, little bit of jealousy. On the other hand, if you are in that position where you don't have work to do, it's probably quite likely that you're not massively cheerful about that because potentially means you aren't getting any work at all. But you're working from home, Sarah. I'm talking about people who can't work from home, so they're just doing nothing for several weeks. I have a little bit of jealousy towards those people. Just a teensy bit. Well, when I first started working from home, I had one rule. And my rule was, when the dawn chorus started and the sun started to come up, then I went to bed. I had advice from people previously. Don't. If you keep weird hours, it's fine. But don't just go completely chaotic. Don't go to bed at 3 o'clock, then 6 o'clock, then 9 o'clock, then 12 o'clock. Like that can cause issues. So do try and keep to a rhythm. No, it doesn't make me feel better, Samson. That doesn't make me feel better at all. That makes me more jealous. No, it's all right. As I said, I like what I do, and I do have the flexibility to spend as long as I like doing a thing, or as little as I like. I have the flexibility usually to go, you know what? I'm going to go to the cinema. So that's good. You know, the flexibility to not do anything or to work as hard as I like. It's a nice bit of flexibility. What I really like is loads and loads of money and not have to do any work at all if I don't want to. But hey. Seems about right. The weirdest bit was, I mean, at that point I was living by myself in Sheffield and didn't really know anyone. So I would just get up at like 3 in the afternoon and not have to deal with anyone at all, which is kind of nice. And after a while, I realised the only people I talked to were people who brought me food. It was either delivery drivers or people at supermarkets. And that was it. I didn't talk to anybody else at all. Because everybody I knew lived a long way away. I mean, online, yeah, but in person, everybody I knew lived quite some distance away. That was a little weird and a little amusing sort of revelation. I'm regretting offering to make this present now. So you're actually just skiving and just listening to me waffle on and stare at my code wondering how I'm going to write this feature? Or are you guys actually working? I know a lot of people, they just use me as background noise, which I don't know how that makes me feel. I prefer people engage with me and go, oh, you're so interesting and wonderful, rather than, you said something, I wasn't really listening, I was actually just watching the Netflix documentary about tigers, which I've still not seen, but the internet won't shut up about it, so it's now on my to-watch list. If you've not seen it, apparently Tiger King is the best thing ever. Yeah, I keep thinking I need to sort my office out too. But that involves not working. And I am in the point where obviously the more work I do, the more money I make to a certain degree. I also keep meaning to stream some of the games. I do play games in the evening, you know, I do try to. Oh, thank you, Sarah. That's what I want. I want compliments like that. Oh, where were you before then, Charlotte? And Sarah, honestly, I don't. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know? Have you heard about this TV series? Because as far as I can tell, it is about a bunch of. It's a true documentary about a bunch of rednecks who all own tigers, and one of them like swapped his tiger for meth or something. And a woman openly admits to having killed her husband with a tiger, and apparently it's completely insane and brilliant. So stick it on your watch list for the evening. Holy moly, said Charlotte, you have come a long way. What part of Sydney were you from? I spent quite a lot of time in Sydney. I love Sydney. Really, really lovely city. No, these are all tiger owners. But the woman said if you want to get a tiger to eat a person, you need to cover them in sardine oil. And everyone's like, sorry, what? Is that what you did? Did you kill your husband with a tiger? Yeah, I'm sure the tiger hated it. Ah, oh, Castle Hill. I think my friend lives in Parramatta. That sounds very, very familiar. Yeah, I spent a lot of time... at the time, I was dating a lady from St Ives Chase. So I spent a lot of time in St Ives, which is ironic because I'm from the real St Ives. So it's quite funny to be in the new St Ives. And a friend of mine, I also got near Truro, and a friend of mine is in Canada, and he lives near Truro. Because apparently what a lot of pit settlers did when they moved to a new place is they just renamed the new place the same as the old one. Well, Sarah, I said I can't recommend it firsthand because I've not seen it, but I promise you the internet will not shut up about it. It is apparently... It's so good and it's so interesting people aren't talking about the coronavirus. That's how bonkers this thing is that we're talking about. So... if that doesn't persuade you to write it, I don't know what will. Don't write it to watch it. So my brain was thinking I need to write the... I don't know. I said I Google it. I might get put on a list. Do tigers like to eat sardines? Yeah, first hit. Yeah, because literally, if you want to feed someone tigers, you'd cover them in sardine oil. But properly, like I say, if you get a chance to watch it before me, let me know how it is because the internet are just like, holy shit, this is the most amazing thing ever, and not necessarily in a good way. In a completely mental way. So, Charlotte, you came over. I assume you came over to England to be with your partner, and you came here a month ago. My God, your timing is horrendous. No offense, but your timing is horrendous. I've not been to Newcastle. I do go to Teesside regularly for track day. One of the biggest FortressCraft players is in Newcastle, hence I don't know if you knew Paul. But electrons, I don't have a tiger. It's fine. I'm allowed to Google if tigers eat sardines. I can get sardine oil. I can get a person I want to have murdered. The hard part for me is getting hold of a tiger. I mean, I can check on Amazon, next day delivery, a tiger. Gotcha, so you've just moved to Newcastle. Okay. I was going to say, if you've just come across from Australia to England in the last month, wow, that would have been... welcome to England. Great, now stay home for the next 3 months. I don't know Richmond. I only know Teesside because I live in Leeds, so I only know Teesside because it's got quite a good little racetrack there, and they do evening sessions. So I like doing track days, but I cannot stand getting up at 5:30 in the morning to travel an hour to a racetrack, and then to prep and then sign on, and then by 3 o'clock in the afternoon I'm falling asleep. So they have now specifically, Brian, if we're talking about feeding a human to my cats, that's not going to work with sardine oil. Cepheus is a salmon kind of man. He really likes salmon. That's absolutely his preferred fish. So if I were to cover your corpse in salmon oil, assuming salmon oil is a thing, I don't know, then you're fine. You say Amazon not doing next day? I could have got my filament delivered tomorrow. I'm not painting my cats orange and black and feeding them tigers either. I'm feeding them people. Wait, Richmond is... I'm confused. Teesside is home of Parmesan. Now, I don't mean to correct you, Charlotte, as we've just met, but I'm pretty sure Parmesan is from Italy. Or, I've no idea what you're talking about, which probably seems more likely. Which is my usual state of affairs, to be honest. So I'm still trying to fit... I'm making a present for someone while we're talking, and I should be working. And I'm having to sand this so much to get to fit to the point where I'm considering printing it again, but smaller. I think it just depends how busy they are. So a lot of the rush has gone now. A lot of people they've got everything they need. I mean, IKEA said this a few years ago. They kind of said they're expecting a slowdown in sales because people have got what they want. You know, there's not that many people being born that suddenly need IKEA furniture every year. I don't know what Parmo is. Am I going to have to Google what part? Are you going to tell us? Or shall I Google? I'm happy to Google. Quite often I have to Google stuff because people just say words like Parmo, which, to be honest, that sounds like a very Australian thing, is Parmo. I like Australia. So a friend of mine referred to them as drive-through alcohol shops. I'm like, no, call them bottle-os. That's what I like to hear. Teesside Parmesan. Really? There's a term for that, and that's definitely cultural appropriation right there. I've not heard of it. I haven't had anything from Teesside. I've only been there for the racetrack, which is quite nice. It's quite a good little one. Parmo dish. Jesus Christ. The thing is, Parmesan is horrific. Like, it's yellow. Parmesan's not yellow. So, Charlotte, I'm going to guess you weigh 25, maybe 35 stone? Oh my god. I take that back, 45 stone. Jeez. Don't forget, I don't like Parmesan, so I'm fine. That does look very tasty, though. But that has to be cheddar. If that was cheddar, oh, Parmesan. Oh, if they use cheddar, I'm all for it. Okay, I take it all back. This all looks amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I don't know what the hell that is. Well, that's mozzarella. That's even... Oh. I've already had lunch. I need to stop looking at it. You've only eaten it twice, so you only weigh 20 stone. Gotcha. forgot what I was doing. Results text. Yeah, that's fine. Obviously, that one's still knackered there. But yeah, that looks fine. That's 8,000 calories, Dinosaur Chief. That's 3 to 4 days of your food. I finally hit the perfect weight, and my plan is to maintain my weight, but to lose fat and gain muscle. And I weigh 69 kilos, and I'm intending to keep it that way. 69 stone would not be a healthy weight. Level success. Right, make that public. Right, L text equals. I'm still waiting for the printer to cool down the way. I'm still the first set. So I have a total of 1, 2, 3, 8 pieces to stick on, and they are not fitting. So I need to do quite a lot of post-processing on this. But I'm probably need to put it into a clamp and then just file it down. Right, can you hear me just filing away? I kind of like having this stuff here to file because sometimes I need to stop and think. And if I'm not streaming, which is not most of the time, then it's good to have something that I can just sit here and do with my hands while I'm thinking about a problem. Where are the kitties today? I don't know. So in this literally say, let's see if this walks in. I love the way it's failing to focus on him entirely, but there you go. Let's see if you can. Let me give him his medicine, which he likes. There we go. He had 2 horrendous spots on his upper lip that I need to keep an eye on. But yeah, I'm sure Dora will be in a moment. Okay, so success. What am I going to say? Well done. I'm still wearing shorts, by the way. Oh, he's still losing weight. There's nothing I can do. He can't eat anymore. But it's not fat. It's the problem. He's losing muscle mass, and there's just nothing I can do. It's probably a liver or a kidney type issue. But again, there's nothing they can do at this age. He's just simply too old to do much. So I'm just feeding him. And he's watch where he cleans. By the way, he'll clean around his chest, and then be like, screw this. Oh, that's very small. Let me make CP. Run button. Yeah, the webcam's set to low resolution. I need to work out why. But yeah, he's not doing brilliant at maintaining weight, but that's expected. I mean, he's. I don't think his muscle degeneration's got any worse. He still struggles to walk around, but he's not got worse at it. He's also not refusing to like go up and down stairs or anything like that, which would be fine. I mean, if he does, everything he needs is on this floor. I live on this floor. He's got his food on this floor. He has his bed on this floor. As for cat number 2, let me just grab the picture. Cat number 2 is currently missing, presumed naughty. So, come on, internet. So I took a photo of her. He is 20 years, to the best of my knowledge. I need to work out exactly how old he is. He's definitely 18. He's probably 19. He's possibly 20. So he's an old man. He's a pedigree Maine Coon. The adoptive kitten is as she's wont to do. She this is early. She just sleeps in stupid ways. So we have a 20-year-old Maine Coon who is 48 inches / 1.3 meters long, and then we have a 5-month-old kitten who's a bundle of stupid. I mean, Maine Coons, they tend to live to about 12, so he's doing extremely well. But he'll just sit there, bless his little cotton socks. Yeah, Dora doesn't know how to sleep properly. Dora's also not doing so. She had to have her side shaved to be spayed, and that's fine. That's all healed. But she's not really doing a very good job of cleaning it. So I think she was separated from her mother a bit too soon, unfortunately. So we are struggling more than a little bit on her cleaning herself. I was very much hoping that she would love Sifi and she would clean Sifi for him. So Sifi, I've got cat shampoo, like dry cat shampoo, and I need to shampoo him. I actually need to, and it won't break my heart, but I need to pop him in a warm sink of water later. He's a little on the smelly side. When I do that, he's so bedraggled and thin, it's just heartbreaking. So I'll do that, and then I'll feed him some treats so he doesn't get too salty. But Dora, I was hoping, would kind of adopt Cepheus and just spend all her time cleaning him. But she doesn't. She doesn't really clean herself. Like, clean, yeah, but not like groom, shall we say. So, little weird all round, quite frankly. Just got like a bunch of misfits. One sec. Right. I have a system to do this easily, so open floor, train puns. We got snakes on a train. You know, off the rails, out of steam. I'm already running out. I never liked the troll who lives under my local railway bridge. He's my arch enemy. Keeping track. Platform shoes is just terrible. Last week, I love this. If you were looking for last week's hat jokes, they are here. Yeah, I got to keep track. Sank the train? It's not really a pun though. But choo choo, I'm a rail replacement bus. I'm just coming. I just need some data. If you come up with any puns, go for it. But mostly, I just need some data to fill in. We've got puns coming then. These are quite long. These are train names, the level names. All brawn and no trains. Train teaser. Maybe that's the name of the game. Train teaser. I quite like it. On time. Down memory train. In the fast train. My plan is for 100 levels. Wrong side of the tracks. I don't have any favourite stations or junctions, Sarah. Not all of us work with trains professionally. In a world of train. Yeah, train sailing, hidden in train sight. These are great. Trainer's Day. Shuffed to bits, I like that one. Thingy Junction. So Sarah, I'm guessing this is just a guess. You've never played Transport Tycoon, so Let me just quickly, while we're doing this, quickly put this up because this game was written by a British developer, very British. So the names are procedurally generated British names. So we have Little Chenborough Bay, we have Wendinghatton Ridge, Fort Trennington, Fronthing-Way-on-Sea, Dranhatton, Finding Worth, Invinningville. They're pretty good. Like Plenpool Bridge sounds like it should be a real place. So I will probably end up doing names for the other game like this: Conningpool, Frontborough, Reddinghatton, New Bunbury. They all sound very convincingly British. Gardington, Benningpool, Dunnington, Conham, Diddenfingberg, Nunningwell. Wow, this new generation system's actually really good. But yeah. Come train or shine. No, it's all procedural. It's just literally there's a bunch of prefixes, suffixes, optional suffixes, and optional prefixes. Steaming along like that one. I told you, like, are we naming levels? And then immediately goes silent. Wait, no. I'm not doing... I wanted all the names just to be train puns rather than places. Where's Thingley Junction? It's a bit of a shithole, isn't it? Chewing up the track. Rail of the century. Oh, what's that? Oh, the Price is Right. That was it. Yeah, that's unfair. Commuter says no. Don't worry. When we get to like procedural names of things, don't worry. We're fine. We will absolutely be cool. But we're doing train puns, not places where a train might be. Track the bitch up. No, I can't really do that one. And then we'll reorder them harder than it steams. Bless my coal. Yeah, I want to, but I think I can't yet. A freight worse than death. A twist of freight. You're not doing this very U-rated here, Brian. It has to be U-rated. Oh, hold on. There was a line. There's the slogan for the monorail. You there, eating the paste. I can't remember it. Some sort of chugging pun as well. Carry on chugging is probably a good... train of thought. Oh, the internet. Aren't you brilliant? I choose you. Amazing that's not here already. Bitten off more than you can chew is a bit long. Jungle Bogey. Though I have to say, was it Todd? I don't think Bogey is a very wide. Cover your tracks. I don't think Bogey is a very widely known. It's a very widely known phrase. I know it because I used to play with toy trains. Yeah, I choose you. Wait, it wouldn't be I choose you. That's 3. I choose you. Pikachu, I choose you. It's not Pikachu, I choose you. Is it? It's wrong tense though. It needs to be pre-tense you see it before the level starts. Oh, so we can have I choose you, and yes, of course it is. You know why I should know that? Because I've got this set, and yeah, I've got that. I really good God, €20 just for that. Really? The thing is, Valentine's Day was actually like the Valentine's Day massacre was. I've no idea how that's turned into Valentine's Day that we've got. Valentine's Day was like loads of people got killed. So yeah, that's a bit odd though. But then again, you do live in fucking middle of Puritan country, I guess. We've got the wrong side of the tracks. Right, what's the point in having a zoom function? It doesn't do anything. Well, that doesn't work apparently. Yeah, the right side of the tracks. Right of your life. I'm trying to think of some Steam. I say 100 is the goal. So Chug of War. Oh, regarding the fantasy game as well, Todd, I've had some good ideas on actually blending a little bit of FortressCraft in and giving people you want a territory control, not quite that much, but producing useful items for a war. Yeah. I don't know how. Oh, there you go. I'm gonna go grab a drink. Actually, you watch the cat. No train, no, that's good. That's no, these are all good. No train, no get out, no train. Crazy train just works. Runaway train. What, you see hairy arms? No, that's definitely a cat. Oh. So look, shall I put this here? Yeah. So what I'm expecting to happen, so certain levels are about making a quick train, certain levels are about a long train, and then we'll rearrange. We'll rearrange them to fit the levels a bit more. For instance, All Aboard would be a level about having a lot of carriages. Faster Than a Speeding Bullet Train would be about a level about having a top speed. 2 seconds. I'll try and get it on camera, but Dora has returned, and she needs her food. Come on, Lulu. Let's put it where the world can see you. She's not much one for wet food, but she does love the dry food. And there's a little and large for you. Yeah, so Sarah, I mean, as you can see, as Dora's getting a lot bigger, that's a little socks. God damn it, press the right button, Adam. There we go. Well, bullet trains, obviously, it's a thing in Japan, which I think was where, I don't know that particular song. Right, so full steam ahead, head of steam, steam cleaning. I'm just writing stuff down now. See, Char, I don't disagree. That's what everyone says, but Cepheus is how wet food almost his whole life. He's 20 and he's got all of his teeth. Explain that one. Dora prefers. No, Dora, you're supposed to. So it's a puzzle thing. You're supposed to knock it down, not just stuff your face in the lid at the top. Yeah, see if he's had his fill. So yeah, I've always read that. She's not smart. Yeah, as what I used to just put a cup in there. She's never quite worked out how to do the puzzle. Whereas Cepheus is so big, when he goes to do the puzzle, he just spashes it all around. Now, I used to have a kitten that was a naughty kitten, and he worked out if he sprinted at the feeder from a distance of 2 rooms, he'd smash the feeder over and get all the food out at once. Yeah. One trap mine, yeah. Unless you mean cats. In which case also, yeah. This is rather a good site, by the way. I'm going to have to keep this one in mind. The best thing is, so we used to do some Burnout 3. Email will go around, which is send all your puns. Anything. Don't matter how good or bad. So we get like 1,000 puns, and then from that we pick 100 good ones. Going loco, yeah. We do also need to come up with the game, because locomotion... I might be able to get away with locomotion. But I might not be able to. So locomotion is already a game. However, it's one of those where there's quite a lot of locomotion games, we can probably get away with it. Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't locomotion, it was locomotion, as in loco, like crazy. However, probably not calling it locomotion. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, so that's called Chris Sawyer's Locomotion. And there's another game called Locomotion. Oh man, that looks really good. Oh man, that looks way better than ours. That looks great. It's obviously just a different game. That looks really good. No, it looked good until. Hang on. Pause. It looked good until this point with magnets and propellers and yeah. Too wacky. Good reviews though. But not trains, just things. But that one's called Locomotion as well. In fact, there's quite a good, and there's Natural Locomotion, Locomotion, Chris Sawyer's Locomotion, and other things. But yeah, so the locomotion game I was thinking of was this one, I think. Yeah, this is the one I nicked the graphics from. I don't think I ever played the game. I literally just nicked the graphics. Still have to do points. Oh, I honestly don't remember what this game is. Or what you had to do. I think you had to get trains C into C, A into A. Although we could have 2 train A's. I don't know how that works. Anyway, that was the game I initially... That's the one I've nicked the graphics from. What's wrong? So I like the way the old days, yeah? It just starts you off. You put your name in, and then, bang, here's the game. Go. Like, what am I supposed to do? Go. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, I've no idea what you're supposed to do on this. You've got a train C, so I'd assume you have to drive it to C, which means he's got to flip this point here. Yeah, not hard. You're an idiot. Why is this guy so bad at this game? Did he fail? Did he succeed? I can't tell. But yeah, we should come up with a name from it. The second game, I vaguely call it Dwarf Trains. We could call it DGR because it's locomotion. Oh, and then there's another game called Loco. Yeah, so this is Loco Motion, Loco Dash Motion. And this was the other game that I prototyped with the same thing. I mean, mostly it's Locomotion trademark. They have locomotion.com for advertising. Software for use in travel route planning. See, some places they just put the trademark for everything, which you're not supposed to do. Well, it doesn't look like there's a trademark on that. Yeah. Looks like we could call it Locomotion, or I said Loco Dash Motion, as in crazy. Oh. That's on some Steam, Bennett. I am going to check the beginning of this print, make sure it's going to catch. Again, it's a very difficult print. Maybe. Oh, what is the game? We could call the game... Oh, there is Loco Roco. Oh man, I want to listen to Loco Roco's soundtrack now. I loved that game so much. Because there was the Loco... There was the... There's a place that there's like a screensaver one. Loco Roco 2. I won't play this music cause I'll get a copyright strike, oh yes, but I will link this to you and you can play it and you can hum along. Blah blah blah, don't know the words and I'm making them up as I am going along. I love this game so much. It blew my mind when I realised that each of the locos in the game sing different bits of the song. And as you get like the red ones, they go bom, 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 bom. And then the little orange ones would do the main line. So if you just had red ones, you just got the bass line. And then different ones would do like the clapping and stuff. It was such a wonderful, wonderful game. I like Projector Trains. Yeah, we need to come up with the name for it. It doesn't look like Going Loco is a game. No, looks like Going Loco is not a bad name for it. Loco Space Motion. Oh, there's just a game called Locomotives, for heaven's sake. Oh, Locomotives with a capital M. Ah, it's a board game. Why? Oh, cool. LEDs. Brilliant. I'm probably going into the arcade tomorrow. I just want to get confirmation from Claire that she's in And I'll probably be able to spend a couple of hours in the arcade. Local Rockets, one of those games, it was just lovely. A thoroughly lovely, lovely game. Well, that'll do for the minute. I had to grab the list loader from Gnomancer. Yeah, switching tracks. We haven't got any points won. You know, scoring points. The thing is, the game doesn't have points for it now, so you need to be a bit careful with those. Points being prizes, yeah. Track ties. Oh, we haven't got any ballast puns. There aren't any sleepers puns. I think that should already look in default. It's a little grim. File text equals gameplay manager. Game object. Gameplay manager dot instance dot list loader dot level name. Sorry. I like read. So this is a bit of tech I wrote for Gnomancer. I think that might actually just be called Trains on a Plane though, so that's a... I know. Trains on a Plane? Why did I write trains on a plane? I meant to write snakes on a train, not not trains on a plane. End of line yet? End of line, you see, little Tron reference. Sweet. Tankard is a little too close to wankered. I mean, it could just be all aboard. It doesn't need to be necessarily a train-related saying or pun is fine. That reminds me, actually, I do actually want to have cabooses in the full game, but we don't have any. Yeah, tankard. Yeah, but you would say, you wouldn't say they were totally tankard. You say they were totally wankered, which means drunk. Tankard, it might be a very polite way of saying the same thing, but definitely wankered is drunk. Tankard, I guess, would also be drunk. For the final game, yeah, I'm totally with that DFC. I say we're almost at the point where, barring polish and a bit of progression, all this needs is art from Todd, UI from Todd, and 100 levels, which I might see if anybody else, as well as Brian, is interested, because there's going to be a lot of levels. So I'm hoping to get this out really quite quickly. I don't really want to wait around. And then I want to ship it on consoles. You know, just as a sort of a little game, should we say. But because I haven't released the game before on Steam, sorry, on consoles, well, not in a long time, and I don't want Gnomancer, which we've spent about a year on, to be our first console game. You learn a lot when you ship a game, and I don't want to have to do that learning on something I say I care about. That's not a bit unfair. I like this game. I think it'll be alright. It's not a certain sort of game I would play, but it should be quite nice to look at. Should run alright on a console, and hopefully will make us a few quid. What we'll make like 30 grand off this, and they'll be like, Todd, we're just going to crank out console games once a month for the next forever. Which is fine. Like, I could probably reskin this to not be trains, and reship it, and no one would notice. Microsoft don't care. So that's kind of the game plan on this one. It's a short game, very short. I'm happy if anybody wants to make levels for it. You're totally welcome. Brian, you especially. But obviously, you've got Gnomancer to do. But with 100 levels, it doesn't necessarily, the levels don't need to be particularly good. They just need to work. As long as they work and they're not ridiculously hard, then done. Ship it, as they, as I say a lot. Yes, exactly. Yeah, so I don't want something that's... I don't want something that... So on Xbox Live, when we shipped one of our games, we shipped it on the week that Microsoft decided to redesign the store. That game was Steam Heroes. That game sold, was it 17 copies? We were completely destroyed but we learned from it. We learned to, well, in that case, we learned that we released it a long time. But we don't know what consoles are like. We don't know if releasing game means a crappy little game means 10 copies or 10,000 copies. We have absolutely no idea whatsoever. I do know that the Wii U eShop was a fucking disaster area for indies. Like, indie devs weren't even hitting the minimum amount to get a payment of Nintendo. So we don't know. We genuinely don't know what the state of affairs is like on consoles. So we want to find out the easy way. Well, we will releasing on Xbox, Switch, and PlayStation. Xbox is probably the easiest to release on, so that's the one I'll be doing first. Just in case you've forgotten, Henry especially, I am, if I'm a little bit quiet, I am currently doing a little bit of filing and whittling work on a present for you know who. Sure you know who. So I've 3D printed them a present, and then it requires a little bit of love with a very sharp knife, so it fits together. So don't forget, if there's anyone's birthday coming up soon, Henry, that maybe you've forgotten about, try not to. Try and go, oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, I say that. It's been an awful lot of whittling. But it's getting that. But I've done one side. It has 6 sides, of which I need to do 4. And I've nearly finished one side. Whoever designed it, again, designed it with 0 tolerance because they're a freaking idiot. But because the shape, I can't just scale the models. If game manager game state end state not equal to but pretty much this year for presents you'll get asked what you like, what color you like, and that's what you're going to get. Right, but why did it happen there? Yeah, it surprises me how poor people are at printing stuff. I think a lot they model it and they never print it. But Charlotte, I don't know what you like. I don't know what colour you like, and I don't know where you live. So the chance of you getting a present is really very small, I'm afraid. You what? But nice try. Right, so hopefully if I just leave this now... No, that's wrong. The hell? Oh no, that was the right thing. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Right, so it should say... Right, travel 100 meters. Yep. But it's just basic stuff. In a lot of cases, I see things that have been 3D printed. Way level 1. I've seen people that, and they've designed stuff, but they've obviously not thought about it. So I've printed this really nice little turntable. I printed it yesterday. It's for a so I can print stuff at the arcade. And two things. So it's really cool. Don't worry. It's a genuinely brilliant thing. Okay? Except there's no way to print these nicely. There's just no way because he's designed it like a moron. And the top, this base is so thin, it's flexible. So I've redesigned the base, sorry, the top, so I can pop it off and get my hands covered in paint. And I just sighed, there is no good way to print that model. It's round, it's got a flat bit. Did it... They're happy? I mean, I'll be honest though, Charlotte. I mean, I don't know if you've done any 3D printing, and there are lots of problems with it, but trust me on this. Material costs is not one of them. It's so cheap. So that turntable probably cost me maybe a quid. Maybe. Probably not a quid. How shall I travel data that way? Ba-dump. So it annoys when people don't do that at all. And other things, like sometimes I do see people they've iterated it. You know, they've taken someone's design and they said, "Oh, I've made this one so it, you know, it prints much quicker." I've seen a lot of designs, and I've gone, I'm not even printing that. I'm going to absolutely just quickly fix it. But yeah, I was thinking about getting a 3D printer for a while, but a lot of what finally tipped me over was when it turned out that it's about 15 or 16 pounds for a kilo, which is a kilo is so much 3D printing. Brian, I don't know what your comment is for the first one though. I don't know where that is. That looks, I mean, that looks like it's a castle. So that's all right. Happy with that. As for the chess, I said they're fine. If players spend ages trying to get to them and give up, that is also fine. Well, I have so far, since I started printing, I have finished 3 spools. But I have printed a huge amount of stuff for the arcade. Like a really, really large amount of things. And some of them are very large, or I've printed an awful lot of them. So you really have to really print a lot to get through a kilo. So that's what annoys me. Time, yes, I can understand about time. Yeah, the exit looks fine, Brian. Good job. So yeah, Henry, when we see Rich next, I'm just going to remind him of how much goddamn time I spent on his present. And if you want one, you can't have one. The sound of me filing a present. I think my biggest print might have been 130 grams or something. I don't know what it was. But yeah, a huge, huge, huge amount you would have to print in order to use up a kilo. So it's a cheap hobby overall. Games Tructo, I mean, when you're modelling something, you don't get to decide how solid the inside is. The slicer does that. So any model I get, I can either have a hollow inside or a solid inside or something in between. I personally print at 10% infill unless I have a really good reason not to. Man, this is going to take me all evening. Charlotte, if you do purchase it and you write a review, I promise to be your friend forever. We are a positive review, please. We are struggling to get enough reviews. We currently do have a positive rating, which is excellent, but we could do with we could just do more positive rating. I like it. It's not everyone's sort of game. My pitch is Gauntlet meets Pokemon. If you like Gauntlet meets Pikmin. If you like Gauntlet or you like Pikmin, hopefully, you'll like this. You might not, you might hate it, which is fair. Speaking of which, I actually did print something because I've got my little monitor and I'm hoping I haven't screwed up this. I need to print something and see if it works and then print another one if it does. Guess I forgot to pull the last print off before it started. Now, if I do actually print any more of this particular present, I'm going to modify the model because it's just not right. Yeah, Brian, that looks way better. Good job. Yeah, Sarah. I feel I should get a second web camera, by the way, for when I'm actually doing like little fiddly bits of 3D prints. So you can go, ooh, ah, and stuff and things. I wish I could show you Dora. So I'm going to try. I might struggle a little bit. Dora is sleeping in a particularly ridiculous place. Oh, seriously? No, screw you. I can show you Dora, but I can't really keep the camera there because I don't know where to aim it. But little kitty has stolen Cephas's bed. She's very cute when she's asleep. Which honestly is not enough of the time. Okay, so I should be able to succeed this level. It's fine. And then I should be able to fail this level, yeah. If I just press that button there. Come on, trains, crash. Well, that's definitely not right, is it? Well done, level 2 completed, yeah. I don't need to say that one. What I should probably do is while the intro text is active, is that right? So that should give us slow motion based on the size. Everything should go slowly, and as it goes, it should go quickly. That gives the player enough time to do his thing without you actually being able to succeed or fail the level. All apart from... I might just say 1f/60f. layer camera. Thank you. But yeah, I'm putting a little stand for my screen because currently I'm just sort of wedging it at an angle a little bit too fast. That's actually quite nice. Not so much if you do that because the frame, you're not supposed to like start the level. So right now it's loading and generating textures. And there we go. I should really start looking at the specular channel on the tech. Actually, I can just do that now because that said, do they have any resources, ground textures? No, they don't. So, I can't remember if I have a trolley for this yet. I think I do. Oh yeah, there you go. Todd, fix specular alpha channels on assets or resources, ground textures. It's possible I messed them up. Let's check that. Oh, it's life hard, Miss Dora. Poor baby. Oh, you actually set. Oh, so the alpha is A. That doesn't make any sense. Is it going to force me to fill that one in? So if I do col.r equals col.a, I don't think we actually have any alpha. Well, that explains why the texture looks a bit weird, because there's no alpha. We should have shiny leaves, shiny rocks, dull grass. However, should be doing something here. Yes, there's no alpha in these at all, so Todd will have to go over all these sectors and give them an alpha pass. I really wish, Todd, we had a system to... I mean, we can do. So if you would prefer, and I'm happy to do this, assuming you're listening, FortressCraft, I don't want you to have to fuck around with alpha channels. I need to do some work anyway. So I'm quite happy if you would prefer to allow you to create the shininess on a different texture, and then I can bind them. If you're quite happy to bake it into the alpha, that is also fine. FortressCraft 2, we need to bake in reflectivity, alpha, and a bunch of other things. So we will need a bunch of maps. But here, I was hoping these things had an alpha channel. They simply don't. Which is fine by you. And for FortressCraft 2, we will have to do it differently. So in FortressCraft 2, you will generate an alpha map, a glow map, and a reflectivity map, and I will have to do some very horrible maths to combine all these together. In this game, it should already work. If you were to mess around with the alpha of these textures, they will already work. Like, they'll already get their alphaness. What's it? Specular. Trust you to choose the one that... FortressCraft 1 just had alpha. Didn't have anything clever. Okay, so I need to make some notes then on the dynamic atlas. Because, very importantly, for those of you who are like, why is he not working in FortressCraft? And I swear there's a bunch of you. So, this dynamic atlas system was not written for this game. It's just that this game is a very simple game. So, it's an ideal tech test area. FortressCraft 1 didn't, though. It just had alpha. It didn't have anything else in it. FortressCraft Chapter 1 had quite a complex channel system. Like, it had a second texture sheet for red was reflectivity and all that. But for FortressCraft 2, which I'm using this dynamic system, I have to have this written. Now, I'd rather not write it for this, as I am fundamentally very lazy. But it needs to be written for FortressCraft 2 ships, so I might as well write it for this. So what happens is, yeah, you use GIMP to split it apart. So essentially, what you do is you just supply me with another matching texture that's, well, it can be grayscale, but I'll probably just use the red, but that's grayscale reflectivity. And then you'll pass me another texture, which is grayscale glow. And you'll pass me another texture, which is grayscale alpha. And I will combine all those together at runtime into one channel. So, what needs to happen is to finalize Atlas. At this point, we'll need to run a compute. Actually, it won't be here. It'll be on the splat map. Or will it? No, it'll be on the splat map, yeah. Okay, so that will also need public void combine atlases. Okay, so at this point we need to take the diffuse, glow, specular and alpha atlases and use an image effect shader, I think. But yeah, that's fine. You'll create me a bunch of maps. And I've said that before, I wish there was an art package geared up for game design, because there just isn't one. In theory, you can generate me a texture that's got 8 channels in it. It's just that I don't know any art package that will actually do it. I can read in an 8-channel texture, or a 12-channel, or a 50-channel texture, but I don't know any art packages that are actually geared up for writing games. They're all designed for photo manipulation. And as I said, Todd and I, we chatted briefly about writing one. I suspect there's not a lot of market for it, unfortunately. Which is a shame, because I would like to write one, I would like to have one, I would like to use one, but I don't really want to, I don't really have the time for it. I'll add it now because I'll add part of it now because it will add to the load even if I'm not using it. My only worry is this does mean for a short period of time there's a hell of a lot of textures being used. So world texture diffuse specular loader. Oh. Wait, there is actually a folder of these. Todd, can you sort these easier than me right now? Because you've got access to the repository. Can you fix these for me? I don't know if they're working or not. Oh, they are. So we do actually have specular apps already. But can you batch convert? I assume you can. Much easier than me. Can you convert all these TIFFs to PNGs at 2048 by 2048? Because my Atlas system will not work with randomly sized ones. I don't think I can edit them, and even if I could, I suspect it's going to break. And they definitely shouldn't be PNGs. If I send you the link to that one, can you? I assume you can batch convert quicker than I can. But literally, please turn all of those into PNGs at 2048 by 2048. I don't. There aren't any. It's just grayscale. If you can do that now, I'll set the rest of it up, and then I can get on with that. Because I mean, I needed to do this anyway to ship FortressCraft, so Might as well. Not that I'm excited about it, like and that depends on the normal loader. Because right now it will error at me. What I'll do is I will temporarily bodge it for me, just for me. Because it doesn't know what TIFF files are. I can only load PNGs. They have to be all the same size. They must be all 2048. Like this game uses 2048 textures, though nearly all of them are scaled up to 2048. Like half of them were 2048 ever and half of them weren't. Catless. We should call it the Catless texturing system. That should just be its name from now on. So I run this, I should see a second texture, but it should load 1, 2, 3. Even more so I don't cover it up. So this is good tech. This is tech for FortressCraft 2. This is tech for all my future games because, quite frankly, Unity's awful. Diffuse, normals, that will be alpha. And importantly, they're in the same order. I can't even copy across the other one because it's a freaking PNG. So yeah, PNGs 2048. Todd is on the case. Now I then need to... God. Time is it? 4:30. So yeah, probably again I got an hour and a half. I should probably be able to get this done. So this is the technical bit. This isn't hey cool trains. This is more tech, but it's good tech. It's useful tech, and it's tech for the future. So I'm happy to get it done, and also it makes Todd's life easier. I may pull this back into Nomad, so we'll see. Now I did have an image effect. Okay, so create a material called Atlas Combine Map, and then we'll take the fast copy. And we'll call that one Atlas Combine. So I need to write shit. I'm not going to do this on CPU because that would be nuts. I'm going to write a shader to do it. See, this is why usually if I'm in a hurry, I just get one folder. I mean, it's 2.5 gigs. Not really. This is why I always link you guys SBNs in advance, so you can just go, sometimes, by the way, yeah, get latest, select them all and get latest here. Like, get all of it from the root. Okay, so we've got diffuse text, and then we've got specular text. And this is quite simply push in the specular R channel into the diffuse A channel. That's it, that's all I'm doing. And then that will be the final texture, and that's the one we actually use. I am genuinely concerned about the sheer amount of texture space I'm using. I need to hold in memory a couple of gigs of textures. Only temporarily. Once that's done, I can chuck it. But right now, we point at ground diffuse Atlas texture, and we will point at our final one. So, public texture 2D Atlas combine. I still don't have any support for scaling down either. Something doesn't compress well, I guess. Oh wait, hold on. Let me include the root. Oh, hold on. Resources isn't big. Let me just check again. Should be 2.7 gigs. Hooray. We don't need to have this at all if we are generating MIPS after the splat combine. However, it's so cheap, I'm kind of not worried. So this is actually from a bit of Unity documentation, but it feels so weird. You copy the texture to the render target. Render targets allow you to generate the MIP maps, and then copy it back again. Like, it boggles my mind. That's how it. Well, that's how Unity expect me to do it. It feels like such a weird hack. Why don't they just give me that call on the texture? I cannot remember how to do an image effect shader, by the way, so I guess we'll find out. So that's set. So now we just blit with the combine that. And we're going to blit that to I don't actually think this matters. The source is irrelevant. We're not really using it. I guess we'll find out in a minute. And then I need to say Atlas combine mat dot set texture. I forgot the name of it. I think they look grayscale to me. I deleted them. What they look grayscale to me. What's not grayscale about them? Oh, I didn't actually bother opening up most of them. I believe you. I just only looked at a couple ones. They should be essentially. This system will use the R channel. You know, I don't care what's in the B, G, and A. They can be grayscale, but cannot be grayscale. But this is just the specular data. Unless you're telling me, and you're allowed to tell me, you want control over glossiness and metallicness. In that case, please put gloss into R, metallicness into B. G and A can be whatever you like. I don't care. That's up to you. So on FortressCraft, what we did is we had like specular in R and reflectivity in G. So a shiny reflective texture would have been yellow, and a shiny non-reflective texture would have been red, and a reflective non-shiny texture would have been green, or any colours in between. Well, no, it's not Unity. That's the point. It's not Unity sliders. You can't have Unity sliders because this is an atlas. I'm going to hook up the specular, which I think is glossiness or smoothness, to R. You don't get a choice because we're atlasing. You get one material for all of it. That's sadly how it works. That's both the advantage and the disadvantage of the atlasing. Cool. Assets default. Nope. Actually, I commit this one. Assets. But the problem, of course, with having Unity sliders for that is if you make one thing more shiny, you make them all more shiny. Oh god, right. Let me delete all these TIFF files then. And I'll delete my ones too. I noticed there are 2 missing, Todd. Sorry. That's... Let me try and remember. One of them is a copy of another one, and I can't remember what the other one is. Ground normals. No, ground textures. Right, so 10 is a copy of 3. Yeah, that's fine. So ground 3 spec becomes ground 10 spec. And ground... Was there not one for ground 9 then? I mean, ground 9 is pretty much the same as ground... No, it's not though. Let's see what ground... Fuck's sake, you know, Unity's like, oh, I have to do some work. Do it in the background. No, I have to do it now. But I don't care if you're importing textures. No, it's not your fault. It's we're ground 1B, but only a specular shared across both of those, I'm guessing. We're ground 6 and ground 6B. And they both use ground 6 spec. So that's fine. But that's not how it works in the Atlas. The Atlas doesn't know that the same ones I can't share. Sadly. So this is ground 10 spec. And ground 9 is the same as ground 0. Oh shit. That means we're missing some. Oh man, which one of these is going to be leaves? Is that the leaves one? So ground 8 is ground 0. And then I'll delete my ones. And then cross fingers. They might be out by 1. Yeah, we don't have a ground 9. So ground 9 is probably the same as ground 0. Yeah, FortressCraft is going to be slightly smaller than this because these are big for being big's sake. They seem to match up. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Not sure about. Yeah, I guess that is right. Let me commit that in case you need to fuck with it some more. Okay, so back there's an Atlas texture target, so then we just generate nips and then copy that to the final texture. So in fact that's just there. And that should just give us then where's the splat map? Oh, fuck's sake, Unity. Every time I click something, it's like, oh, I need to. Transform.search diddle splat quad? No. Splat quad. Get component mesh renderer dot material dot main texture equals Atlas combine matte. Matte. No, text. Hopefully that will work. If it works, it will just look like the Atlas, but the alpha will be the specular. 1, 2. We'll probably find this takes several minutes on the Switch. Okay. I was expecting it to do something. Atlases combined. I'd say, I mean, this always struck me about Visual Studio when Visual Studio would take a long time. I'd sit there going, shall I compile? Yes, go. And then it'll go, oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to start doing stuff. And I'm like, I've been idling for 5 seconds. Use that 5 seconds to start compiling. I tell you what, this particular filament does not want to come off the bed. Now let's see if I've modelled this right. If so, I shall print another one. That actually seems perfect. Great. So it's just a little tiny stand for my my screen, so it holds it at the right angle. The worst thing is that the shortcut for Unity to start playing is Control P. So if I have the wrong window selected, it will like try and print out a page of YouTube. Like why that's even a thing. That probably happens too soon. Sorry, I muted my. Sorry, I didn't mean to sneeze all over you guys. A sneeze caught it up on me, and I couldn't find the mute key in time. I don't think I can spread it over the internet. You should be running antivirus anyway. Hey! I don't have to, I have been a sneezy person my whole life. This is not a new thing. So I'm fine, and if I'm not, I'm taking you all down with me. It's amusing, isn't it, the concept of viruses? Like, I might have anything on my computer I care about anymore. Now it's all about getting access to cloud accounts and stuff. I'm trying to work out if it's waiting still. I'm not ill. I just sneezed. I always sneeze. It's my thing. That's all I've got. That and my weird style. Sweet style. I'm not ill. Obviously, if I was ill, I still wouldn't know about it. Potentially, but yeah, I'm still very sure I've already had it. Oh, right, yeah. I'm an idiot. So this is map load stuff. That just stops me getting there too soon. For Atlas. If grounds. That's fine. I just copy all of this stuff from Splat Renderer because it doesn't make any sense. Because Splat Renderer is dumb. All the Splat Renderer does is take a single texture. You're jealous of the shoes I can find. I think that's what I would have said. Really, it's the t-shirts, but I'm glad you like my shoes. I've got a pair of Heelys. I just haven't got anywhere to use them. I'm really hoping that one day Carphone gets cleared out so I can actually practice my Heelys up and down there. Ah, yes. I think I've got 10 and a half. I've just got very average size feet. I still haven't got this thing to fit, by the way. I'm still, every so often, just spending a minute or so just whittling away, going, why the hell doesn't this fit? Oh, Cardiff. Oh, Carford. Sorry. We have a second building for our K Club Leeds that we have not yet converted to be part of the machine. But it used to be a Carphone warehouse, so we just refer to it as Carphone warehouse, or more short at Carphone. It's weird. That's just become part of the vernacular. That's just now called Carphone. So my workshop is in Carphone. The second part of the venue is in Carphone. I'm actually quite annoyed at this print, by the way. It's much better to err on the side of loose than tight. Like, I've had to do quite a lot of hacking at this with a knife, and I've got to try and keep nice edges on it because it's a present. I'm very tempted to edit the file and just knock it all down by a couple of millimeters. Yes, I'm hoping that Carphone gets cleared out, and then we can Splat Renderer. I should just be able to do splat renderer. For instance, stop update. Let's just splat render instant start. Update debug. And that equals world renderer instance dot at combine text. Should work. Well, Brian's from Florida, so it's unlikely he's going to come looking for us. But at some point, Brian, yeah, get your ass over. Take you round. Yes, that doesn't happen there. I'm alright on this heat. I just haven't had anywhere to really practice. Apart from my kitchen. Hey man, when I was younger, I was in and out of hospital all the time through skateboarding accidents, so I'm not afraid. Okay, Unity has just died. Has the stream died? Come on, Unity. Come on. I'm back to life. God, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Again, you should be running in a sandbox. If I hit pause stop, it should stop. No ifs, no buts, immediately. I think I'm about to run out of video RAM. Hopefully the stream is still going. I'm generating the atlas every frame. That's murdering it. Yeah, it doesn't surprise it's skipping. I've hit pause, I've hit stop. There we go. All I need to do is say atlas is finalized equals true, and then it won't do anymore. Or not. Oh, for fuck's sake, come on. There we go. Oh, in fact, it's working. It's just not accepting mouse input. Right. Okay, so the Atlas combine of world renderer. Yep, that is a valid complaint. God damn, this is so far out of whack. This model is unreal. World renderer. Atlas combine mapped. my... Wait! Well, did something. So many files open. Right. World Renderer uses Atlas Combine Mat, which uses standard. Right. Well, that's definitely not going to work. Should use PG Atlas Combine. Takes two textures and spits that other one. Oh, it's something to do. It's nothing. It's my own fault. I just allocated all my GPU's RAM every frame and then deallocated it. Well, that's done something. I noticed that that's wrong, so let's see what we can work out. Combine Atlas Citizen. Right. Well, first of all, that's wrong. Quite importantly. Col.a equals... Now this can be done by Todd pushing into the original text of the alpha, but as I said, we don't have an art package that genuinely allows you to deal with alpha as anything other than transparency. Alpha is just channel 4. It happens to be transparency a lot of the time, but not all the time. And we really struggled there to find an art package that lets us deal with it as a data layer, which is what I'm doing here, is sort of allowing us to deal with it as a data layer, as opposed to transparency that we're hijacking. I'm beginning to lose a little bit of patience for this question mark. I wish I had a sander here. Got a nice set of mail files which I got for my birthday, which was a thoughtful and particularly useful gift. My favourite gifts are always useful ones. I suppose, oh cool, a bobblehead thing. I'll pop that on a shelf and look at it once in a blue moon. Thanks. Whereas useful presents, they're the best. The worst thing is, when this is done, I'll have done one of 4. My Dremels, all my tools at the arcade. So we've got a Dremel, it's at the arcade. Dremel would be perfect for this. The only problem with Dremeling 3D printed stuff is that you need to be very, very, very careful that you don't start melting it, because it really does have quite a low melting point. I think mostly I've only just really realised how far out it is. So I've been doing a little bit of filing and checking. A little bit checking. I need to do quite a lot then check. I'm a long way out, not just a bit. What I will do though is col.r equals col.a. We just won't see it. So now we should see bright red being the data layer we're looking for. Hey, if this works, this will have been quite quick. As technical systems go, this is quite quick. No, it's a well. No, I'm filing. Oops. Error, specular text. Oh, yes. Man, I can't quite imagine brushing my teeth with a file. Actually, I can, and it's a horrible thought, and I wish you hadn't put it in my head. I am obviously concerned how long FortressCraft will take to achieve the same. Because FortressCraft is going to have a lot of textures. They will be smaller, and then what I will eventually do is I will cache this final image. I'll load the cache in, and then generate the new one over a period of time. Oh, I have a question. So we create an Atlas texture target. Atlas texture target. We also create an Atlas texture 2D. We set the textures to the ground and anyone, and then we blit from no particular source, as that is correct. Because source is just whatever we pass in the main text. We don't use that one. Though maybe it is absolutely insisting I do. That said, probably helps if I actually query diffuse text. I'd rather not use... Unity tends to quietly hide away auto magic stuff, which is fine when you're using it and not fine when you're not. That looks good to me. So what I'll do is I'll just I'll exaggerate that. There we go. So I've exaggerated it in this picture, but the red is the reddish. That's not right though, is it? Those, no, those don't match up. So what? That's this one, isn't it? The fuck, Todd, what's going on here? Those two look right at a glance, but is this one flipped or mirrored or rotated or something? Like that red doesn't seem to match up to any of them. That looks probably good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. That doesn't, but we'll come back to that one. That looks right. That looks right. But this one, this red, doesn't seem to match up to anything. If I flipped it top to bottom, hold on, if I rotated it 180 degrees, that one becomes that one. Yes, it's flipped left to right and top to bottom. What the fuck? Which one was that? Wow, they're very dark, aren't they? It would have been 0, 1, it would have been 3 or 4 or very hard to see. Let's run it again. Always check your data, which is what I'm doing. She should be 0, 1, 2. No, wait, hold on. I think ground textures. So it's the it's ground 5. I'm beginning to question the order these are in, though. I guess it doesn't really. It should be sorted by name. Because ground 0 is there, ground 1, then we've got, it's because it's sorting, damn it might be the dynamic atlas creator sort. Order by F to lower. Oh, what the fuck's F? Yeah, okay. I ordered enumerable. Is there a ignore case? What's probably happened in this folder, we've got a capital G, and in this folder we have lowercase g. Now the problem is, unfortunately, I can't rename these because Subversion goes, yeah, that doesn't really work on Windows, which is correct. I'm surprised I can't do to lower though. Oh, it appears I can that way. F does not exist in the current context. Well, it worked a moment ago. I'm really confused what okay, what? See, I don't do link at all. I don't even know what that parameter means. Lambda expression, brilliant. Now, it doesn't matter what the order is specifically because the external code, once it's in an order, all it matters is that all of these are in the same order. Those two look like they match up now. No, they totally don't, do they? I'm pretty sure that one needs to flip. I just don't understand what order this is in. But it is ground 5 that is wrong. The ground spec, ground 5. I think it should be rotated. But you see, now it's gone to there because it's now the earliest touched file. So that means it will load first. So if the sort system's not working, that specular will move place. Now you can fix this by touching all of the files. I'd rather not do that. That didn't work. So it's not that one then. It totally must be. No, it's not. So it does, this one, yeah, it does look. It's ground 2. There we go. Why it's rotated, I don't know. I'm 90% sure, by the way, the original was rotated. Or obviously Todd just face rolled on the keyboard. But I think more likely the original data we got from the asset pack was wrong. Good job, guys. Professionally done. It's still wrong though. No, it's fucking well out, isn't it? Like, I need to flip it and then offset it by half. Todd, can you fix this for me? Like, if I flip it top to bottom, I'm pretty sure, assuming I can do that. If I flip it top to bottom, I think it will be right, but out by half. And then I end up with running out of the tools to do that with. Yeah, no. That cluster of 3 rocks, I think it's that cluster of 3 rocks. But it looks like now if I rotate it 180, after having flipped it, it might line up. No, see, it's that cluster is there. That's out by 90. Todd, fix my shit. I'm still not even. Like, all the rest of them look all right. Like, the red sits sensibly over the texture. I'm not really sure why this one's got shiny grass and this one has shiny ground, but hey. This one, I can't work out. It's like a weird puzzle game. I'm pretty sure that rock is that one. That one, no, that's not. Hold on, where's this? It's this shape. Surely I should be able to spot it. Because this is kind of a T shape. That's kind of a T shape, but that does not actually appear to be the same T shape at all. To the point where I'm quietly wondering if it's the right texture at all. But it doesn't match up with any of the rest. I'd say possibly with this one, but that one seems to have a one already. Let me crank the red up even further so we're not having any issues with the rest. Where's Todd when I need him? Yes, all of the rest of them I'm perfectly happy with. I particularly like that actually will look quite nice. Except this one, I am struggling to work out the pattern. So I can't see a cluster in that shape. That one's in that shape, but it's in the wrong place. I don't have any unused ones. That's not how it works. I mean, my bit worked alright, so that's good. If I go into a level, we should get the alpha on the red. No, obviously I haven't done that bit yet. Let's just see if it was Todd that just... did a dirt. It's possible. So we are looking at ground 2, which should be using ground 2 spec. Nope. It's ground. I suspect one of these hasn't made it. Oh wait, hold on. Is this actually just from a completely different texture sheet? That would explain it. Because I noticed we've got ground 2 and a ground 5 that are similar. I don't think we're using both of them. Oh, we are. We've got ground 2 and a ground 5. Ground 2 is for this one, which is for that one. Right, that's wrong then. Let me revert these two. So ground 2 is that one. Ground 2 should match up with that one, which is a bit unhelpful. Which is ground 2. So those two should match. And then we have ground 5, which should match with ground 5. Yeah, ground 5's wrong, I think. So that's the one that I'm having issues with. It should match with ground 2. I think, actually, even this one was bollocks. Like, looking at it. Like here, you can see a rock there and a rock there, and a rock there and a rock there. But here, those two just don't exist. They're here. If I rotate it like that, it still doesn't match up. Yeah, it's not your fault, Todd, but you'll need to fix it because I can't. It looks like it was broken when we got it. And ground 5 looks totally different to ground 2. So I'm going to let Todd fix that. I've just begged him. And I will ignore that for the moment. And then pass it in, and hopefully, actually, I'll leave red as bright. And the splat renderer should now use this one. Use the combined. Now, if we want to, we have 2 spare channels right now. So we have a normal texture, which is cool, but a normal texture is only made up of 2 vectors. You can calculate the third one from the first two, which is great. All of that is a horrific pose. So we actually have 2 spare channels in the normal map because we don't compress them. It's just wasted space. So I've just used a 4 channel here. I swear that can be done faster. Hopefully we should get... Oh. I was expecting red, I have to say. I was expecting a lot of red. Atlas quad. Ah, it's that one. I don't know what this is up here. Hey, there we go. So what's red here is shiny. So I turn off this hack. So this means we shouldn't get such a... this is a bad level to test this on. If I go to the test level, which is not this one. Yeah, it is. So this one should no longer be so massively shiny. I hope. This is my issue with a lot of these things. It's probably not worth doing it per pixel. I'd like to make it worth doing per pixel, but it's kind of not. Harry Hall. No, yeah, sort of. I have been writing atlasing tech for FortressCraft 2. So this technology generates real-time atlases for stuff, and I like trains, so I've been making... Yeah, all right, calm down, Dora. It's just dry food. You can have as much dry food whenever you want. That's better. Now only the rocks are shiny, not the dirt. Oh. Okay, well, it's not perfect because it's reset back. Combine atlases. Huh. Why did it do that? It should be only a one-time deal. Prep splat line 78. Huh? Like, that absolutely should not have gone in there again under any circumstances. Trains are cool. I don't actually see where it did it even once. Like, it must have, because we saw it. Oh god, the Toyland is horrendous, that level. Oh. Hilarious. Well done. Thank you. Okay, so now if I pop a breakpoint in here. So it shouldn't go into there again. Oh, I thought that's working now. Great. Let's. Yeah, she does that. Oh. I don't know why it fell over. I'm trying to break it now. But I'm failing, so I guess that's good. Well, I seem to have fixed it, so I'm brilliant. Not really sure what was wrong. Actually, that's it. Did it flash then? Like, once it's set, it should stay set. and then clear up and restart. I swear there's a single frame where it's displaying the cat. I do like how the trains crash, by the way. It's just nicely... It's like that... it's like the bit in Ant-Man, isn't it? Where it just bonks the toy train into him. And... what? I think I have to be really quick on pressing the button, though. Yeah, look, what's happening there? It was just after splat completed. To be fair, this could be changed now. I doubt, well, we aren't erroring, so that's fine. Interesting, it did say that took 2 seconds. I don't wonder what that was doing. So splat completed in... Splat completed in... To be fair, the camera should have been a bit higher. I shouldn't have seen this one. It should also happen in a frame, but it actually took 2 seconds, and I'm not that sure why. We only need to do this if the map size is different. Do we actually use splat text? Yes, we do. I think what's happening is it's got whatever was on the last level for a few frames while the loading happens. So the loading should drop you down to the clouds. It's to cover up the second or so of time it takes to generate all this. And there's the error. All I need to do here is world renderer dot. Or does it matter? Am I allowed to continue? No, I can't. I do need that texture done. The moment all 3 splats are available, that one will come up. I'm pretty sure it will continue. Yeah. So in that case, that's fine. What will happen, obviously, you'll start the game up, it will start generating these atlases, and then there'll be a Project Games logo and whatever, and I'll be quickly generating these. Once the atlases are combined, at that point it's safe to go through. Slightly disappointed with that pop. Player camera. Dora, what are you doing? Hold on, am I not setting the altitude correctly? Like, those will get blatted anyway. Hello, Dora. Dora just used me as a... little better. Good to see you again, Henry. I'll send you a picture of the present as soon as it's done. That's quite nice. It just needs to start higher. Doors on the windowsill now. Dora, oi, 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 down, down. You know you're not allowed up there. Don't you swish your tail at me. Oi. She gave me a look like, I know I'm not allowed up here, but, What meow at me, you rat bag. She's naughty and she knows it. She's like, can I get away with this? Bollocks, I can't. Ah, so that's working, but it's far too high. More importantly, why are the clouds so thin? I think what I need to do is drop the clouds a bunch, make sure the clouds pre-warm. Right, so what happens is the camera goes up, 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 up. As soon as the camera switches on the right, so now the new camera, right, there's the issue. Where's the camera? Yes, the cloud cover, it needs to be more like that, at least, and way smaller. I hate doing camera work. Better, not perfect, but better. And again, possibly not quite. I hate tuning this sort of stuff. What I hate doing is essentially graphics-based timing malarkey in code. Sorry if developing video games is more tedious and repetitive than you guys thought. It really is. Kind of. It's just a bit. It's just a bit sudden. Oh, yeah, that was horrible. Just trying to do the fading. I'm trying to work out how you do it. Fade out distance. Distance to particle alpha is 0. More like. I kind of want a smoother transition. Oh, this is proving very awkward. Hello, Todd. Are you back on stream? I'll show you. It's not your fault. It looks like the asset pack was screwed. Oh, it's just annoying the hell out of me now. Okay. Let me just switch on the alpha flip test thingy. It looks like one of the speculars they provided us with is just wrong. Like, it's just wrong. It's just, I spent quite a while looking at it, and my conclusion is it's the wrong one. It's for something else entirely. So what I've done is I've made specular bright red. So as you can see, bright red is shiny. That doesn't make any sense. So these two are very similar, but not the same. So it should look kind of like this. But this specular doesn't seem to match up to anything. Can you please fix it? It should be specular. It should be ground spec 2. So ground spec 2, which you can probably just about see there, should match up to ground 2. But they just simply don't. If you look at the rock formation of that one, it doesn't match up to any of these textures. I'm pretty sure they never got it right, and it just shit wrong, and no one's ever noticed. So it's 2. I've spent ages like flipping it upside down, rotating it, checking which one it is, and then I looked at the source data, like the actual asset pack download, and it's just broken in that too. And I'm not going to play with the clouds anymore at this point. I will come back to that. That actually looks all right, ironically. Now I've given up caring, it looks fine. Brilliant. Oh, I noticed the altitude's totally warped now. Good job, Adam. So the clouds need to go up a little higher though. Ah, I'm fiddling with it again. I can't stand it because I'm going to see that every time I run the game. Every time I do anything, I'll see that blasted sequence. I mean, that's all right. I don't mind it flying through the clouds during loading, as long as it looks like it's flying through the cloud. That's the important thing. The important point is it has to take longer than it takes to load in the cat. Okay, I will. Don't worry, it'll be really obvious if it's broken. I was saying, as ever, we've got this, you know, wonderful per pixel capability, and it's just kind of not really used very much. Like, I find it hard to even show that it's working. Well, I guess so. It's a bit hard to tell because they've done it just basically dirt or not dirt. Let me reduce my scaler a bit. Nah, but everyone else sees it a lot, so it has to look good. It's not the time. It's just it's the first bit of presentation people already see. Yeah, I guess that's all right, Todd. It's a bit hard to tell. Like I said, I'm struggling to really get much out of this. It works. That's the important thing. Like if I like I've got everything on, but I'm struggling to tell really whether or not it's working. Like it's working, I'm sure of it, but I'm struggling to see that it's working. Actually looks quite nice to that. Oh, let me get rid of the fog. Why it's the timescale was still low. Like, it actually looks better with the metallicness at 1, a little bit dim. If I put the metallicness to 0, it just looks weirdly bright. I fucking hate Unity's concept of metallic and all that. And unrelated, it looks like my ground is at the wrong height. But yeah, I'm sure it is working. Was particularly bad on this level, but it doesn't seem to be bad anywhere now. Not that one. But this did look quite bad. But now I can't even really tell where the sun is. I mean, the sun's over here somewhere. So I wait till the train is coming back this way. But yeah, nothing seems to be shiny at all. I think, to be honest, all of them could probably do with scaling up a bit. I think they've made it way too subtle. Unsurprisingly. I go to col.a times the it's not just that out. It's not just that when it's all of them. I just think they've been a bit subtle. I don't think there's anything shiny in them at all. There's not very shiny and not at all shiny. But sure, that's probably working. Let me just turn off the... It did look like that. I'll turn off the... No rush, Unity. There we go. So it did look like that. So there's a shine, a nice over-the-top shine, but that's fine. But we want the shine to only apply to certain bits. So I multiply that by the incoming alpha. I would expect these rocks to remain very shiny. But instead it's just all bright. So yeah, I think it's too subtle. Well, if they're wet rocks, they are. Rocks is certainly more shiny than grass. I don't mean alpha, I mean, no, not alpha. So forget the... I take the red channel of the specular texture and I shove that into the alpha channel at runtime. But if I crank it up, rerun it. Like normally, what we would have done is this would have been baked into the alpha of the channel. I've just cracked it up a lot and it's still... I will... Well, what I'll do is in the shader, I will say col.r equals col.a. So we should see red appear. If not, then I'll screw it up. Jesus Christ, Unity. Oh, okay, maybe I have dirt. Oh, yeah, it's, sorry. R equals A. Okay, I may have actually derped here. That should go blue? Right, good. I'm not entirely mental. I have lost it somewhere along the lines. What am I doing? I'm combining the... I'll just do coal.r equals coal.a. So now alphaness is redness. Oh, what? The bloody fuck? Okay. So now I expect to see red, but only because I'm shoving red in. I think I'm losing the alpha, which might be why it's not working. I've just got an alpha of 0 everywhere. Yes, that's definitely the result of the compute shader. Because what I'm expecting is like the little blades of grass should be quite shiny. Because they're wet or something. So I do coal.g equals coal.a. I'm just checking, we get coal, it doesn't, I don't do anything silly, like just grab the RGB. Oh. I'll comment out the line of code that zeroizes the alpha, shall I? Ah, that looks horrific and possibly correct. So I'm hoping not to be around too much tomorrow. I'm going to pop into the workshop and get out of the house a little bit. I hope. Now just to check, that means that here I should be able to do just show the alpha as red. Oh, I didn't get a chance to, no. I did. I made a build and I've been helping Brian through his stuff, but not specifically, no. Yeah, so that's why I expected the little blades of grass are shiny. Yeah, that's much better. See, like, I mean, I've overdone it on purpose, but we've now got shiny grass and shiny rocks, but not shiny everything. Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear back from Claire about what time she's in. She's terrible at responding on Facebook. And I turn the hack on to see it. And I can't tell if it's better or worse, but no, I can't. Did I not save that? Oh, true, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that's probably stronger than that one, but that looks fine. Like, what they've done is, he's done the right thing, which is to make tiles shiny and ground not shiny. And here, this is particularly because the edges of the rock should pick up shine. But this is good because right now this will quote unquote just go into FortressCraft, and then you'll also get you to do a glow map and a alpha map, and then I will munge that all together. I think that might look a bit better with a lot more metallic. Right now, the metallic is quite low. I hate these. I really can't stand these two sliders, by the way. This whole concept of metallic and smoothness. It utterly drives me up the wall. And internally, they're called glossiness and metallic. But basically, I can make it so the rocks reflect. I can make it so they reflect metallically, or I can make it so they reflect the sky. Like, the concept of something being reflective but dark is just confusing. I think about that. I think 0.5 and 1. It's large because when you're up here, you can't really tell. But everything's got really dark now. So that's how it was. That's how it is. It might even be that when you go from here to here, I'll actually scale the whole, because these are looping textures. So I can change it. There you go. Oh, maybe too much. But you can see the repeating starts to be quite obvious. Let me slow the train down a sec. Oops, that's not faster. No, this is the problem. Unity no longer has a concept of specular. We've got glossiness and metallicness. So it will reflect whatever the reflection map is. Yeah, see, that looks nicer, but the tiling becomes quite obvious. And if I switch the camera, it becomes very obviously tiled. Hence making it a little bit under-tiled. Maybe though, I mean it was 1600, it wasn't. It was 1600, that's how it was initially. That maybe 600 is a good... Right, let me do the UE so we're heading back towards the sun. I've made it a little smaller than the initial. Just a little bit though. It's like very satisfying about sending a train a long time. I should theoretically be able to scale them arbitrarily because of the way the atlasing works. I mean, there are already variants. I mean, that texture's not the same as this one. Samson, until you've travelled to Cornwall by train, you don't know what slow is. But yeah, that's how it was. That's how... That looks kind of nice, but just a bit dark. I think 0.5 is the... Whee! I mean, this looks rubbish because obviously it's just endless seas of the same texture over and over and over. To be fair, the rocks look the most rocky like that. I think I'll leave it at 0.5, 600. If you travel down to London, you'll travel at 120 miles an hour. If you travel to Reading, you'll travel at 120 miles an hour. You're traveling Reading to Exeter, you'll travel at 70 miles an hour. You travel Exeter to Plymouth, you'll travel at 50. And from Plymouth to where I live, the last 60 miles, you will top out at 30 miles an hour. That's not with issues, that's just how long it takes. To be fair, that looks a bit more tamed, a little bit more contrast, and it's a little bit darker. Yay, I've won. Overall, this is pretty good. I'm going to commit here and sort out food, I think. I said I'll be away tomorrow. I will probably still do a bit more. I'd like to get a few levels working. And Todd, unless you have any major concerns, I'd also like to replace Subcity aka FortressCraft world with this. And I'd like to... Not that I don't think Brian can't do it. I very much do. But I would like to give the community the opportunity to make levels, because we're going to need a lot of levels. The more levels, the better. Unless you have a better plan. that sound like a game plan? So is that our game plan, Todd? Does that sound right? Because right now it's playable. The first level's playable, and I can make a few more playable levels without much. Making more levels is actually quite easy. But other than that, guys, thank you for watching. I appreciate your company. Just a reminder, remain indoors. And I will probably stream again Thursday. I said I will be doing Nomancer. That's the plan. But I will spend some time tomorrow morning, probably just quietly getting a build up. So for those of you with Subcity, which I think is most people watching, I'll shove it onto that Steam account. Unless Todd's like, no! Yeah, that's a good idea. Cool. All right, then. I will see y'all